Good morning, colleagues. I can start over. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes. Truth be told, they are the real backbones of this institution. Special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The legislative session of Wednesday, March 18, 2026 is hereby called to order. Please rise as we ask our legislative chaplain, the Reverend Charles Brown, to lead us in the invocation, followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March.
Let every heart pray. O thou in whose presence our souls take delight, on whom in affliction we call, you are our comfort by day and our song in the night, our hope, our salvation, our all. We thank you, O Lord, that you woke us up this morning and fixed it so that the 36th legislature is here to work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands today. Empower each of us who call this institution our workplace to represent the first branch of government with excellence, with honor, and with integrity. Grant the senators extraordinary understanding and wisdom as they deliberate over numerous nominations, zonings, and bills today. Saturate them with the values and principles our ancestors taught us: patience, temperance, faithfulness, and compassion. Speak to their hearts, Holy Spirit. Renew their minds such that they dwell on whatever is true and honorable and just and pure, commendable, excellent, and praiseworthy. Anoint what they say and do, Yahweh, so that they reflect a determination to represent our islands in the best possible light. We come against untoward and less than honorable agendas, which may seek to sabotage healthy discourse and rob the people of their desire to see government work for the people. Use these public servants today, O God, as instruments of your will in service to the people of the territory, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Reverend Brown. Colleagues, the decisions that we make today will significantly impact the lives of our people. As we open today's regular session of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands at the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Halls, I want to thank each of you, our staff, and the public for joining us across the territory for your continued engagement in the work of this body. Today's agenda reflects both our duty to provide steady governance and our commitment to responsible development as we consider key nominations to the Port Authority and the Board of Contractor, Trades, and Crafts, along with several important zoning and coastal matters that affect how our community grow and how we protect our natural resources. We'll also act on lease agreements that can support jobs, modernize our infrastructure, and strengthen our fiscal outlook. And we will deliberate bills that honor community leaders, refine our appropriations, enhance marine safety, and update our insurance laws to better serve the public. Taken together, these items speak to safety, accountability, and respect for those who have contributed to the Virgin Islands we know today. Let us approach today's work with civility, diligence, and collaboration, always mindful that the decisions we make in this chamber must improve the daily lives of the people of the Virgin Islands whom we are privileged to serve. Mr. Secretary, can we please have a roll call?
Certain, Mr. President. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes Jr., present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes, here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Hubert Frederick, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present, please.
Senator Carla Joseph, present. Senator Clifford Joseph Sr.
Here.
Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lois, present. Senator Lois, present. I am here. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Valley.
Present.
Senator Valley. Senator Valley, present. Mr. President, you have 14 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much,
Today's
Mr. Secretary.
March 18th meeting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have a quorum. We're therefore prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Letter dated March 18, 2026, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear President Potter, I write to inform you that I will be unable to attend the session scheduled for today, Wednesday, March 18, 2026, at the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Hall at the island of St. Thomas, as I am currently out of the territory. Please have my absence recorded as excused. Respectfully submitted, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. President, this concludes the reading of the correspondences.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please record Senator Maurice James as excused. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. Consideration of nominations. Mr. Willard John, Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Ms. Leona Smith, Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Honorable Celestino White Sr., Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Mr. Joseph Donahue, VI Board of Contractor Trades and Crafts. Consideration of zonings. Bill number 36-0200. An act amending official zoning map number SCZ-7 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning a portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R1 residential low density to B2 business secondary neighborhood. Bill number 36-0235, an act ratifying the Governor of the Virgin Islands approval of major coastal zone permit number CZT-9-22W granted to Anquet Inc. Bill number 36-0267, an act rezoning parcel number 19-2-111, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, Estate East End Quarter, St. Thomas from A1 Agricultural Zone to R3 Residential Medium Density. Bill number 36-0269, an act granting a zoning use variance to plat numbers 24B and 24D, Estate Body Slab St. King's Quarter, St. Croix, to allow for a bus and passenger terminal. Bill number 36-0271, an act rezoning plat numbers 31B, 32B, 34CA, 34CAA, and 34CB, Strand Street, Christiansted Town, St. Croix, from R3 Residential Medium Density to B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood. Consideration of lease agreements. Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Accent Property Management, LLC, for parcels number 123 and 129, Submarine Base, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan. Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes. Consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0084, an act honoring and commending Alva Alphonse Swan, also known as Coach Tumba, for his significant contributions to the sport of basketball in the Virgin Islands by bestowing upon him the key to the territory. Bill number 36-0198, an act amending Act number 9035 by redesignating the funding source for several entities and correcting a typographical error, and amending Act number 9045 by inserting and striking appropriations. Bill number 36-0209, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund. Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, relating to the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provisions for insurance producer license. Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Holbay Road, located in Northside St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd now like to recognize two very brilliant legislative pages from my alma mater, Ivana Eudora Ken High School. I'm proud to say that here today. Don't get jealous if you're not a graduate. You had to graduate from some school, right? So don't get jealous if you're not a graduate from Ivana Udorakan High School. First of all, the first page is Alicia Marie Thomas. As I said, Ms. Thomas is a junior at the Ivana Udorakan High School. School activities. She is a member of the Ivana Udorakan High School Marching Rays. She's also a member of the National Honor Society. Her favorite subject is music and band. Her hobbies include dancing. That's a major hobby, dancing. Her career goal, she aspires to become a professional model and a licensed real estate agent. Congratulations, Ms. Thomas. Next, we have a very good friend of mine, Mr. Ajani Stapleton. Again, Ajani is an 11th grader at the Ivana Udorakan High School. In terms of school activities, the racing race, so he's an athlete, football, and he's a member of the Ivana Udorakan Marching Rays also. And he's a student athlete because he's a member of the National Honor Society and the Future Business Leaders of America. His favorite subject is math. His hobbies, playing and enhancing his skills on the saxophone during his spare time. Ajani's career goal is to become a professional pilot, which demonstrates his strong interest in aviation. Congratulations, Ajani Stapleton, and welcome to the chambers of the Virgin Islands Legislature. Just FYI, this is a paid gig, so you will be paid. A paycheck is being processed for you guys as we speak. And we also will be serving you a very scrumptious meal prepared by, I ain't promising that, filet mignon, Senator, but it's close to filet mignon. And it's prepared by one of our top chefs here in the Virgin Islands. So welcome. Thank you again. Learned something today. We enjoy having you here with us. One final round of applause. Thank you. You may assume your seats at this time. Thank you very much, young people. Colleagues, we are going to take a brief 5-minute recess. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. The session for Wednesday, March 18, 2026 is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. No, good afternoon, to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. President, I move the special order, Bill number 36-0259, and Act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on the island of St. Croix, and be added to the third block of the agenda. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kurt Vile, seconded by Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Kenneth Gittens, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call.
Roll call. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Go ahead.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins yay. Senator Maurice C. James absent. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. Mr. President, you have 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to Special Order Bill number 36-0261, an act establishing a 33 business day amnesty to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto by waiving penalties and interest imposed for non-payment of taxes be added to the third block as the last item. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittins and Senator Marvin A. Blyden, objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr. yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. Mr. President, you have. Oh, wait, sorry. Senator Kurt A. Viele. Yeah. Mr. President, you have 13. Oh, sorry. Senator Viele yay. Mr. President, you have 13 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries.
Motion.
Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I move to Special Order Bill number 36-0232, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incineration, and for other purposes to be added to today's agenda in Block 3 as the last item. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr. yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca not voting. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Not voting.
Senator Francis Heiliger not voting. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins Yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph not voting. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. Yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter Yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale Yay. Mr. President, you have 10 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, and 3 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Angel Bolkes, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to issue a subpoena under Title 2. I retract, Mr. President.
Okay. Motion has been withdrawn. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to subpoena under Title 2 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to subpoena Mr. John Wessel, Director of Operations for GEC LLC/Coastal Systems USVI, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks and provide testimony and documents related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. He is required to appear on Friday, April 17, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix, and he shall provide a written statement outlining GEC LLC's contractual role and scope of work, the original and all revised project schedules, including current schedule and estimated completion dates, a construction progress report comparing planned versus actual progress, a complete listing of all change orders from 2014 to present, including costs, justification, and origin, a summary of the original contract value and the current total contract value, total payments received to date with a breakdown for each year and the work completed and any outstanding claims or disputes, a breakdown of all project delays, a current site condition report, photographic progress documentation, and a list of remaining work and outstanding issues, and a list of ADA compliance standards of the facility. He is further required to produce all requested documents no later than 48 hours prior to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Kurt Viale, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Is there a motion? Okay. Session will stand in recess for 2 minutes. Good afternoon. Session is back on the record. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, based on a discrepancy with the roll call for bill number 36 as 0259, I move for the bill to be reconsidered. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 13 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Viola, you recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to special order bill number 36 as 0259, and Act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix, and be placed in the last block of this agenda. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kurt Viola, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Having no objections? So ordered. Senator Angel Bolquez, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my point of information derives, or I want to make a statement for the record in relation to the first subpoena that was motioned and passed, that the date, in fact, is Monday, April 20th, 2026, and that each subsequent subpoena that I'm going to motion moving forward will also reflect that date of Monday, April 20, 2026. Okay?
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Do I now hear a motion?
A motion, Mr. President.
You may proceed with your motion, Senator Angel Bolquez.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to issue a subpoena under Title II, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, to issue a subpoena to the Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks, and provide testimony and documents related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. He is required to appear on Monday, April 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. He shall provide a complete project timeline from inception to present, all progress reports, status updates, and internal project communications, a detailed explanation of all delays and revised completion dates, documentation of all change orders, cost increases, fines, and liquidated damages, records of contractor oversight, staffing levels, and site activity, the current percentage of project completion. He is further required to provide all requested documents no later than 48 hours prior to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Volquez Jr., seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Volquez, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to issue a subpoena under Title II Virgin Islands Code Chapter 1 and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to issue a subpoena to the Honorable Adrian L. Williams Actolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks and provide testimony and documents related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. The hearing will be on Monday, April 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. She shall provide a written statement outlining the Office of Disaster Recovery's role and involvement in the project, a timeline of ODR's involvement, including when and why the office became engaged, documentation of all coordination with federal agencies, including FEMA, related to floodplain or regulatory requirements, a timeline of all federal reviews, approvals, and determinations associated with the project, all correspondence between ODR and local agencies, including DPW and DPNR, related to compliance of project delays, identification and explanation of such delays attributed to any federal coordination or compliance requirements or ODR processes, and also documentation of any compliance issues for redesign requirements or regulatory findings that impacted the project timeline, size, or cost. She is further required to produce all the requested documentation no later than 48 hours prior to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Volquez Jr., seconded by Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
You may proceed with your motion, Senator Volquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to issue a subpoena under Title II Virgin Islands Code Chapter 1 and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to issue a subpoena to the Honorable Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks and provide testimony and documentation related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. She is required to appear on Monday, April 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. She shall provide all procurement records related to the project, including solicitations and bid documents, contractor selection criteria and evaluation records, the executed contract and all amendments, all change orders and supporting justifications, contractor performance evaluations and any notice of concern or default, a listing of all liquidated damages from the beginning of the project to current, and she is further required to produce all requested documentation no later than 48 hours to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Volquez, seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
You may proceed with your motion, Senator Volquez.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to issue a subpoena under Title II Virgin Islands Code Chapter 1 and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to issue a subpoena to the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks and provide testimony and documentation related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. He is required to appear on Monday, April 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix, and he shall provide all permits issued for the project, including building, environmental, and floodplain permits, all inspection reports and compliance documentation, documentation related to FEMA coordination and floodplain approvals, any notices of violations, stop work orders, or enforcement actions, and a detailed timeline of permitting delays and contributing factors. He is further required to produce all requested documentation no later than 48 hours prior to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Clifford A. Joseph and Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to issue a subpoena under Title II Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, to issue a subpoena to the Honorable Vincent Roberts, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, Sports, and Parks and provide testimony and documentation related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. He is required to appear on Monday, April 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowett's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix, and he shall provide a operational plan for the stadium upon its completion, projected annual maintenance and operational costs, revenue projections and anticipated sources of income, planned uses for the facility including sports, events, and festivals, an assessment of whether the current design meets intended program needs and ADA compliance. He is further required to produce all requested documents no later than 48 hours prior to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson and Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to issue a subpoena under Title II Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, and Rule 308 of the Rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, to issue a subpoena to the Honorable Julio Reimer, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, Sports, and Parks and provide testimony and documentation related to the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project. He is required to appear on Friday, April 20th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowett's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. He shall provide a complete funding history of the project from inception to present, all appropriations, allotments, and disbursements associated with the project, the current total project cost to date, budget justifications for all increases in project cost. He is further required to produce all related documents no later than 48 hours prior to the scheduled hearing. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. That's it. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block? Oh, reorder. Thank you. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion. Oh.
The motion already.
You may proceed, Senator Bolkes.
My apologies, Mr. President, and I appreciate it very much. I made a small error, and I said Friday rather than Monday, so I wanted to just make sure that the intent, just for the record, is Monday, April 20th, 2026. So I apologize for that, colleagues, but I just wanted to place that on the record.
Monday as opposed to Friday. Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Do I hear a motion? Senator Viola, you may proceed. You're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive committee reports and reorder the agenda into the following three blocks. Block number 1, consideration of nominations of Mr. Willa John, Ms. Leona Smith, Honorable Celestino White, and Mr. Joseph Donahue with time of 2 minutes, and that will be block number 1. Debate time of 2 minutes. Block number 2, remove bill number 36, that's 0200, and place a bill in the third block. So the second block would now be the consideration of zonings, bill number 36 as 0235, bill number 36 as 0267, bill number 36 as 0269, bill number 36 as 0271, and the 2 lease agreements, bill number 36 as 0199, and bill number 36 as 0204. And that will have a debate time of 3 minutes. Block number 3, consideration of bills number 36, that's 0084, bill number 36, that's 0198, bill number 36, that's 0209, bill number 36, that's 0219, bill number 36, that's 0220, bill number 36, that's 0232, bill number 36, that's 0261, bill number 36 as 0259, and bill number 36 as 0200. One correction, bill number 36 as 0198 will be the last item on the agenda and will be the bill reserved for non-germane amendments. So 36 as 0200 is the second to last, and 36 as 0198 is the last bill in the third block with a debate time of 4 minutes. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kurt Violet, seconded by Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Noel E. Francis Jr., Senator Carla J. Joseph. Objected to by, I heard you, Mr. Minority Leader. Objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden Ye, Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Bolquez Jr. Yea, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff Nay, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca Yea, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr. Yea, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger Yea, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Frederick Yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr. yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, you have 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 1?
Block number 1, consideration of nominations. Mr. Willard John, Governing Board of the VI Port Authority. Ms. Leona Smith, Governing Board of the VI Port Authority. Honorable Celestino A. White Sr., Governing Board of VI Port Authority. Mr. Joseph Donahue, VI Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff and all that are listening. I rise in support of all the nominees in this block. I had an opportunity as a member of the Rules Committee to vet these nominees, and 3 of them, which are potentially returning to the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board. This is going to be their 3rd term, if I'm correct. I think based on the responses and the answers that they did give us, I think that they are doing their duty based on what is required as a member of the board of the Port Authority, and I have no problem sending them back. I know during the Rules Committee meeting, there were some concerns as to the ages of the individuals, as some of them are retired individuals. But for me, age does not bring wisdom.
1 minute.
At the end of the day, I think people should be judged based on their merits. That is why we have laws on the books that people cannot be judged by their age or their sex or their race. So I don't think that conversation had a place in this institution. And if we as a body want to see more young people on these boards, you know, we should be encouraging more young people to submit their names to the governor for nomination or potential opportunities.
30 seconds.
But the ones that are actually doing the work and are taking up the mantle, once they're doing the job, I wholly support them. As it relates to, and that was Mr. Willard John, Miss Leona Smith, and Honorable Celestina White Sr. And as it relates to Mr. Joseph Donahue, he spoke in regards to his abilities as a plumber, and he's supposed to be going on the VI Board of Contractors, Trades, and Crafts, and he definitely knows how to do the job. He's been in business for several years, and I think he would be an asset to that board. So again, I support all 4 nominees, and thank you very much for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all. At the appropriate time, I'll vote my conscience, but I must say I'm not appreciative of how St. Croix Airport look. When you go through the parking lot with your suitcase, you go through that 2 to 3 times and you ain't got no wheels on your suitcase. When you go there to travel out, we have a conveyor belt that haven't been walking for years. I sat right here in this body and vote for that parking lot down on Cyril E. King Airport. I sat right here in this body and I vote for the parking lot out in Cruz Bay. And you telling me up to today, you can't get a parking lot and the airport and St. Croix pave? You telling me up to today, you can't get this conveyor belt walking where people don't have to struggle from the outside to the inside walking with all the luggage? I am not appreciative of all the work that I've seen done by the board. I'm not. I have no problem with none of these individuals. None whatsoever. I consider all of them my
1
friend.
minute.
But I must say I'm not approval of the work that I'm seeing happening on the airport, that I reside on the island of St. Croix. Without any fear, I will say that to them and to this entire territory. We have to look at what's going on totally and then determine. And this is a thought go wrong for them. And I'm quite sure all of them been there with the parking lot. All of them been there
30 seconds.
with the conveyor belt. I am not pleased with what's going on. When you walk up to St. Croix, you got a big conveyor belt there. When you check in, you got to struggle, go to the back with the luggage. Struggle, go all the way again. And again, I tell you, take your suitcase, right, and walk through the parking lot in St. Croix, and you're going to see what's going to happen to your suitcase in a couple days. The wheels, them are shattered. Shattered because that haven't been paved in so long. Just the very entrance of the airport, you're going through pothole. And this is ongoing for the longest while.
Time.
So at the appropriate time, I'll vote by conscience. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I support all the individuals in this block. Mr. Willard John, Ms. Leona Smith, Honorable Celestina White Sr. in regards to Port Authority boards. I think, for me, the boards in the Virgin Islands need to all be revamped. Get rid of all of them, start fresh. But when I look at boards that I think function along the lines of what it should be functioning and production, I look at the Port Authority board as one. Is it perfect? May not be, But as for functioning, I think they function above others. Mr. Joseph Donahue, in regards to being willing to accept a position on VI Board of Contractor Trades and Crafts, I think is honorable. I have learned a trade from high school days at the greatest high school
1
in the
minute.
world, Charles Malia High School, Chicken Hawks, where I'm an auto mechanic to this day. So I think it's very important to have a board that governs those trades and crafts and contractors. So at the appropriate time, I'll vote for all of these individuals. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the nominees for this block, particularly the nominees for the Port Authority. I want to say that I believe that the Port Authority is one of the highest revenue generating entities in this government here in the Virgin Islands in the public sector, even though they're semi-autonomous. And I believe that they have made a number of excellent decisions, infrastructure decisions that have benefited not only the Port Authority, but our tourism sector as well. Outside of the shenanigans of the increases of port fees for the people of St. John, I want to put that on the record because I was against that, but the board still went ahead and made those decisions. However, one man, one vote, and we understand that a majority rules.
1 minute.
But for the most part, these are exceptional individuals that come with a lot of experience, that have made a number of excellent decisions that have benefited the Virgin Islands. So I will be supporting them. As for Mr. Joseph Donahue, based on my research and his background, and I was not at the hearing, but I watched it, and I believe that he's well versed and more than experienced to hold his position and make some great decisions for that board. So
30
it's good to see
seconds.
another addition, and we're looking forward to seeing more activity from that board. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A pleasant good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, colleagues. I just rise to give my full support to all the nominees in this block because, first of all, they're volunteering. And we have a problem with volunteers in this territory. We struggle to find people who are willing to step up, but we don't have a struggle when it comes to criticizing those who step up. And I am just so happy that we have some individual who are willing to step up and serve for a nominal fee or sometimes nothing at all. And so thank you so much for your service to our community. Thank you so much for the experience that you've put in those positions. You're not perfect, none of us are, but you're still trying to help the best way you can. So I will support that
1 minute.
measure. In terms of Mr. Donahue, I am glad that we got some new specialists stepping up to help us out in this area. The Board of Contractors, Trade, and Craft has had some vacancies, and glad to see people are willing to step up. Again, they're not getting paid, so volunteerism is not dead, and we should all be happy when people with experience step up to serve.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much for the time, Mr. President. That's all I have right now.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
I thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all 4 nominees in this block. They were properly vetted in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary on February 26. We had no letters from the community indicating that these individuals were not fit and ready to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. It is a major hurdle to get people to come and serve on these boards. They're not being paid well. They're not. But these three individuals, I tell you, they are, especially for the Port Authority, Mr. Willa John, Miss Leona Smith, that's my sister in Christ from MUS Moravian Church, and also
1 minute.
Miss the Honorable Celestino White Sr. I'm going to tell you, they are committed. We need people to be committed to do the work, and they are there, present, and doing the work. The issues regarding where we are with both airports, it's not just one, both airports is because we're looking at that 3P and the delay in finalizing the documents to make it happen. We are hopeful. The chairman, Mr. Willa John, during the discussion, and I was
30
present,
seconds.
he said that definitely they are trying their very best to make that deal happen by the end of this year. So we just have to pray and hope that it happens. And finally, Mr. Joseph Donahue, a gentleman who is coming fresh from the private sector and want to give back to the public sector on this board for the contractors, trades, and crafts. So I stand in support of all four nominees, and my vote is going to be an affirmative yes. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the nominees in this particular block. And of course, I want to say that I believe that the Port Authority continues to be the gateway to the Virgin Islands. And that's an entity, Viper has been an entity that's operating in the black. You know, we can't say that for a number of our semi-autonomous or autonomous agencies, and certainly we believe that the Port Authority is well on its way for a significant improvement. You know, I'm not pleased with everything that's going on at the Port Authority, but guess what? When I'm not, I pick up the phone, I make a phone call, and I, again, engage them in being able to improve the service there. Certainly, I know that there's a quorum issue at the Port Authority, so we want to make sure that we're getting these nominees approved and get them to continue the work that's needed there. When we have the lighting situation, we see, especially in the District of St. Croix, the lighting has been improved. We had the passenger lounge. We provided the funding and support of getting that passenger lounge taken care of, and I'll continue to work towards, again, supporting the Viper for them to be able to improve what's happening there, because I think all of us are in this fight together. In respect to Mr. Joseph Todd Donahue, I believe that he's a welcome addition to the Board of Contractor Trades and Craft. I look forward to him going on that board. We had a very good discussion with him in respect to bonding.
30 seconds.
In respect to carving out some phasing process by which we're able to see to the licensure of some of these contractors in trade, you know, so I look forward to his engagement as we, and our dialogue as he move forward and on that board so that we could be able to see our contractor trades and craft board improve and make some headways here in the Virgin Islands, because we know the need for contractors to move forward on all of the projects that need to be done here. So I will be, again, in support of most, if not all, of the nominees in this particular block, and I continue to wish them well. Don't just go on the board and continue to serve on the board, but to shake up the bottle, make an impact as you serve on this board. As my colleagues have indicated, this is a volunteer board, and we don't have a whole lot of people knocking on the door to serve on these boards, so certainly I want to support them, work with them in order to make the changes that's required here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too would rise and say I was left between a hard place during the rules as far as if I'm supporting these individuals or not. I stand clear that when you look at our Virgin Islands, it's kind of hard still to believe that nobody wants to volunteer to do anything. So I don't know if we're doing a good job in putting out. But when I listen to the nominees spoke, this board's supposed to actually have on 9 individuals, and they only have on 6. So it left me that one afternoon leaving, sailing left or right where I want to go. But listen to my colleague as well. If you look at St. Croix
1 minute.
Airport, he ain't lying. We got a dirt road inside of the airport terminal, like dirt. Like actually you walk down there, your shoes clean, muddy day or not, you're gonna end up dirty. But I don't know if that's all the board, to blame the board members for that per se. But I still feel that we need a little extra love and care on our side. I ain't saying, like again, it's one Virgin Islands, but I'm just being clear on how it is. We spoke, without question, everybody heard me clearly on the belt issue. I asked a question. They were saying about the problem was parts, getting parts. Again, those were questions that were asked. We got answers. I ain't questioning none of them experience, because all of these folks are well experienced in what they do. But overall, I'm just saying that we need to focus some on St. Croix. And that's for the board members to listen to, too. I mean, I don't know.
Time.
Other than Will John living on St. Croix, I don't know that any other members do, to see on a daily basis what we have to go up against. And again, I know if you live here in the St. Thomas district, you guys weather the storm of the parking lot. And I know that wasn't that easy in and out of it. I like to be fair on when I'm speaking, so it wasn't a nice time, I sure, going through the build of the parking lot. But I listened to the one member clearly states the type of money that it's bringing in. So when attention is spent, time is spent, money spent, you get return. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And I too rise in support of all of the 4 nominees, 3 of them with the Port Authority and 1 of them with the contractors. And I want to start and let the public know that we always need competent and qualified individuals to step up to serve on these boards. And it's a simple process. You contact Mr. Kevin Williams, the governor's chief of staff, and you then forward the person information and qualifications, and then that's the first step. These are nominations that comes down from the governor, and the legislature gives the advice and consent. And in that process, that's what we're doing today. We are
1
giving
minute.
our advice and consent. So, Joseph Todd Donahue, congratulations. I looked at your resume, and you're a master plumber, a master mechanic, and a general contractor. These are the type of people that we need. And to all of the other nominees, Willard John, thank you for your service. Also, Leona Smith, thank you for your service. And these are individuals that have a wide range of
30
expertise.
seconds.
And also, of course, the Honorable Celestino A. White, former senator. Thank you for your service. The Port Authority, we've seen some progress. But we've heard also that they have some issues, so I'm so sure that the nominees are listening, particularly with the concerns expressed today on St. Croix. And these are areas where you must look at. But of course, we must continue to serve and do our best. So thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blythe, and you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. And I rise in support of all three nominees in this block. All 4 nominees, I must say, but the 3 for Port Authority, I want to say, first of all, thank you for your service, because the Port Authority is they have a functioning board, and they're financially sound. It says a lot when it comes to a board that works and things outside the box, like the P3 project they did, board parking structures in this district, which actually will help in terms of finances to keep them sound. So I appreciate the work they do, and in terms of the chair, Mr. Willard John, Ms. Leona Smith, and Honorable Senator White, start over. Good job and keep it up. Of course, their term were expired, but at the same time, they do the work, and the work needs to be done. So I will be supporting them. And finally, Mr. Donoghue, in respect to the Board of Contractor, Trades, and Craft, we must have a functioning board, especially in that space when it comes to contractors, and with us dealing with these bundles and rebuilding our territory, we need folks with knowledge and expertise. And it's critical that we have a board that can actually put forward the work and assure that those individuals do what needs to be done and follow all the laws of the Virgin Islands. So again, I'll be supporting all of the nominees in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Corday VLA, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't have issues with the nominees in this block. The issue that I have is the fact that of 6 current members, only 1 is from St. Croix. And that one individual is really from St. Thomas. So St. Croix has no representation on the board, and it would have only been fitting to send on 1 or 2 members from St. Croix to be on the board that understand the issues facing rules in Newport and St. Croix. It would have only been fitting, because there are issues. But we do understand that there is a need for a quorum, but this was really the easy way out. Just renominate who's already there, and let's not put any consideration into finding some individuals in St. Croix that are willing to solve. And I'm sending a shout out to Government House. You can't tell me that there's nobody in St. Croix that could solve on the Port Authority board. You know, you got to find
1 minute.
1 or 2 individuals to serve on the board. And overall, we also got to change some of the trajectory on St. Croix, because we heard the testimony reference to the parking lot and the car agencies and St. Thomas buying into the process of contributing a fee to build a parking lot, while all the car agencies on St. Croix opted out. But right now, the parking is taken up by the car rentals, and St. Croix Airport, there's barely any parking for residents. So all of that we are going to need to revisit.
30 seconds.
Have had the opportunity to be able to freely communicate with the director for the Port Authority. And he will be called in reference, and I do call on a regular basis. I just called this week about the belt and St. Croix, and I will continue to advocate for those issues for St. Croix. But overall, Government House need to send representatives for St. Croix. The 3 empty slots. Send 3 nominees down to this body from St. Croix that we need to place on the board. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kurt VLA. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. 2 minutes, sorry, 2 minutes.
30 minutes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. As it pertains to this block, I rise in support of all the nominees, Mr. Willard John, Ms. Leona Smith, Honorable Celestina White Sr., Mr. Joseph Donoghue. I think it's in my firm of belief that when I traverse these islands and I speak to people trying to encourage them to join these boards, I'm just going to be honest with you, colleagues. I don't know what happened in the past, but a lot of people are intimidated before coming in this institution. So we have to do some work and try to change that atmosphere and let them know it's an inviting place. We do have to ask some of the tough questions. We have to vet you.
1 minute.
But there's some kind of misnomer out there that when you come in here, it's like a battleground and we roughen you up and we ill-treating you. No. But we have to make sure you're going to do the work. Last time when we voted in rules, plenty of people had a lot of things to say. But let me tell you about the Port Authority Board, that the board I voted for in rules to make sure that they don't have no vacancy. Well,
30
so
seconds.
we don't have no more vacancies. So we have a quorum, sorry. So we could keep a quorum, right? Correct myself, thank you. It ain't Carlton Dow alone. In St. Croix, the Gordon Finch, 14 million. Container port warehouse, 18 million. Bomber Alec, 22 million. Bulkhead repair, tender pair, 1.5. They're currently talking to developers now to develop a hotel and St. Croix. St. Thomas, let's come over.
Time.
Bulkhead, Bulkhead, tropical Crowley area, another 22 million to develop that area. The Dale Gregory Transportation Center, what we talk about. Harbor dredging, today they're awarding the contract to the contractor to dredge the harbor so the big ships could come in. Right? 200 plus Royal Caribbean, they're gonna deal with them to develop down Krong Bay. St. John, they needed restrooms. We got brand new restrooms on the dock. They done the conceptual drawing to put an entertainment center in St. Croix. The board, not Carlton though. He good like that. He could sell ice to the Eskimo. But the board gave him permission. So that's why I stand behind them. And when the young one them come forward and the other able body, I gonna give them the vote as well too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
I believe I need to start over. Almost make me change my mind. But let me begin by stating, and thank you, Mr. President, I clearly have a respect and admiration for these nominees before us, all three. And I do believe that I have a special connection to all three. And their public service can go unrecognized for what they have done in the past. However, the Virgin Islands Code is clear, and that's through 3 Virgin Islands Code section 65C, where it establishes clear limits on service on boards and commissions. Now, that law was put in place for a reason, and we can't be a lawmaking body here that's going to put things in place, write the law, and then don't follow it. And then we want to get all offended when others break the law, and then we sit in this same sitting and just complain that they're breaking the law. I've been placed in a tough position here today because, like I said, I love, admire, and respect all three of them. But my conscience,
30 seconds.
I can't go against what the law states. Had the governor sent a letter down stating that all three terms have expired, however, I am resubmitting their names to the legislature because they have done exceptional service in the areas of XYZ, and for this reason, I am sending it down because that's what the code also said you could do. But that wasn't done, colleagues. And I am going to stick with what the law states. So my vote today is not a reflection on their character or their dedication to this territory. It's basically because I am going to vote to uphold the laws of this territory, the same very laws that we are putting in place. Finally, as it pertains to Mr. Joseph Donahue, he was before us. He appears to be suitable and well prepared and qualified for the position, and I am going to give him my support today. Unfortunately, I can't support my good friends just because of Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65C. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Colleagues, I rise in support of all of the nominees in this block. And I think that if we were to really be honest, if you would look at, if we were to rate the boards in this territory as to their abilities and their functions and their productivity, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board would be considered a top-tier board. They get things done. Things are happening, and it happens, as my colleague mentioned, because you have good leadership on the board level as well, you know, as the executive director for the agency. I think Willa John, Leona Smith, and Celestino White are tried, true, and tested. They've been challenged, they've delivered. The code allows us an opportunity to have them have their term extended beyond 2 terms if they demonstrate exemplary service. We had an opportunity to vet them in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary.
1 minute.
And from my vantage point, they are doing a tremendous job. Mr. Joseph Donahue was a breath of fresh air. I think what excited me was the fact that he brought his whole crew, his whole family, his co-workers, his employees. They thought that this position was such a big deal. They took it so seriously that they all came out. I love that. I love what I saw there. He is a licensed plumber. He is a longtime businessman in the territory. One thing that stood out to me is conversation about finding avenues for local technicians to, pathway towards licensure, to support them so we can have more licensed technicians available to work in our territory. So clearly, colleagues, at the appropriate time, my vote will be a definite yes for all of the nominees in Block 1. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. As a lawmaker, I don't want it to be put on the record that I might be potentially breaking the law. So I'm doing a point of inquiry to legal counsel, and I just need legal counsel to share with us the section of the code that speaks to the nominations that have to have exceptional service. I want to know if the exceptional service has to come through the governor, or was the exceptional service to be a decision to be made by the individuals in this body? And I just need some clarity on that, because I don't want to make decisions that give the public the impression that I'm doing something illegal. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Legal counsel, are you prepared to respond to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's question? Sorry, I don't know if you have your microphone on or if, yes, I'm hearing it now.
This is legal counsel. Can I get Senator Gittens to repeat the section of the code that he's referring to?
Senator Gittens, are you prepared to provide that information for? Okay, Senator Gittens isn't prepared to repeat that section of the code.
I was not.
You've chosen not to provide us with that information.
Mr. President, I didn't request a legal opinion. I am clear on what the law states. Whoever is requesting or requesting that information needs to give the attorney that information. I am clear on what I stated.
Okay. Well, the question was just posed to you from legal counsel to get some clarification, and you can choose to respond or not. You've chosen not to.
May I speak, Mr. President?
You recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
I am simply, could we just take a quick break so we could provide the legal counsel with the exact section of the code? Because I don't want a situation where it's being put out that we're doing something illegal here. And that might not be the case, because I always want to make the best decision on behalf of the people of this territory.
I understand what you're saying. I didn't pick up that the senator was saying that this was an illegal action that was taking place.
That's what he said.
I know. I'm saying I didn't receive it that way, but that doesn't mean that you didn't receive it that way.
Myself and several colleagues did receive it that way.
We will allow legal counsel to take a 2-minute break, recess, and we'll allow legal counsel to respond to your inquiry, Senator Francis Heiliger. The session will stand in recess for 3 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. Session is back on the record. I'm going to recognize legal counsel to weigh in on the question that was posed by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger before we went on a break. Attorney Moore?
Cynthia Moore, legal counsel. Is the opinion of legal counsel in response to the question by Senator Heiliger that the legislature is not doing anything illegal pursuant to Title III, Section 65AC? So the legislature is not doing anything illegal.
Thank you very much, Attorney Moore. We appreciate that. Very good. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Okay, so we've exhausted our round of questions for us, commentary regarding the nominees. We will now go for a roll call. Can you please call up the first?
The nomination
item.
of Mr. Willard John, Governing Board of the VI Port Authority.
Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., no, nay, sorry. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 11 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Mr. Willard John, the governor's nominee to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
The nomination of Ms. Leona Smith, governing board of the VI Port Authority.
Please proceed with the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 11 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Ms. Leona Smith, governor's nominee to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Nomination of Honorable Celestino A. White Sr., governing board of the VI Port Authority.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yeah. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
No.
Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 11 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of the Honorable Celestino White Sr., the governor's nominee to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the final nominee in this block?
Consideration of nomination of Mr. Joseph Donahue, VI Board of Contracted Trades and Crafts.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Frederick Ye, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins Ye, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson Ye, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph Ye, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.,
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. Ye, Senator Avery L. Lewis,
Yes.
Senator Lewis Ye, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter Ye, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale Ye. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the nomination of Mr. Joseph Donahue, the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractor Trades and Crafts, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. All right. Colleagues, we will stand in recess for 2 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. The session is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block number 2?
Block number 2, consideration of zonings. Bill number 36-0235, an act ratifying the Governor of the Virgin Islands' approval of major coastal zone permit number CZT-09-22W granted to Anquet Inc. Bill number 36-0267, an act rezoning parcel number 19-2-111 Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3 Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, from A1 agricultural zone to R3 residential medium density. Bill number 36-0269, an act granting a zoning variance to plat numbers 24B and 24D Estate Body Slab, King Quarter, St. Croix, to allow for a bus and passenger terminal. Bill number 36-0271, an act rezoning plat numbers 31B, 32B, 34CA, 34CAA, and 34CB, Strand Street, Christiansted Town, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood. Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Accent Property Management, LLC, for parcels number 123 and 129, Submarine Base, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan. Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics, storage, warehouse, and other related purposes. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to staff and everyone within the sound of my voice. I rise in support of all the pieces in this block. Each piece of legislation has a purpose, and we had an opportunity to hear specifically about each one of these leases and rezonings, and each one of them, whether it was on the island of St. Thomas or the island of St. Croix, I believe that there was some benefit. Specifically 360267, that is a parcel rezoning request out in Smith Bay, and the family members that came and shared their vision for improvement when it comes to housing, I thought was an excellent idea, and I look forward to seeing that project come to fruition. On the island of St. Croix, when the government 360269, it specifically asked for us to do some rezoning in regards to a bus terminal. I think that's a little bit self-explanatory. As we know, our people have to use the bus system, and anything that they could get a shelter and a place to sit, I think it's a plus. At the hearing, when we discussed it, I did share we might have to do a little bit better in making sure the bus run is a little bit more timely. Also for the island of St. Croix, 360271, we had extensive discussion in regards to this particular parcel, which has to do, if I recall, with a car rental company trying to be independent of a lease agreement that they have with a hotel, as well as the fact that as they are the owners of the parcel, they would be able to run their business independently and potentially offer more services to the people of St. Croix. 360199, 360204, one had to do with storage, both on the island of St. Thomas. One had to do with storage. The other one had to do with basically setting up for spaces for subleasing. I am all about the entrepreneurial spirit. And if we could give individuals here in the territory an opportunity to run businesses, to help with them expanding and
30
offering more
seconds.
services to the people of this territory, I do support projects such as these. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. Again, I do support all items in this block, and I will vote accordingly when the time comes.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of all these bills in this block, and also I'd like to speak too about the Smith Bay one bill 360267, where it says for agricultural zone. Normally I don't support agricultural zone, but it's already an existing house, and it just do renovations and call for adding residences for our people in the territory. So I do support that 100%. The bus terminal on St. Croix, where they're creating an ADA compliant facility in a large space. The only downside of the area was because it's in a flood zone. But to hear that ADA compliance, that our individuals can wait for transportation, they're adding new routes, which would add for seniors to be able to come there, be comfortable, and have access to transportation throughout the territory. That's a major plus for me. An agreement between the government and Accent young lady, just in regards to people coming here to want to invest in the territory, and we're here to support them. You know, so I wanted to put out, but you know, I wanted to talk about this bill in the next block, 360232. This bill regarding burning of our waste, green waste. The issue I have is where you even have in the bill that says a permit shall be issued only upon the determination that the burning complies with applicable fire safety and environmental regulations.
1 minute.
Atmospheric conditions are favorable, will minimize smoke and air pollution. In the bill telling you it's going to minimize smoke and air pollution. These are things that, you know, we want to make sure, rather than taking the day to special order them, you know, beat this down, get all the environmental people here, get a commissioner, get in all the testimony, and then to move forward. And this here, I
30
think is what we
seconds.
should be doing versus just special ordering it. And then we all could get all the angles of it, what we think is on the best interest of the people, and then we can make a clear decision and support it going forward. Because I do feel we need to address our green waste, but again, it's how. And if the bill telling you to minimize air pollution and exhaust or these different things, it's already there to show that, you know, we facing this problem.
Time.
We know we have a problem, we need to address so. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the zonings in this block. And I know that we do have from time to time commentary or statements concerning the comprehensive land and water use plan. But with growth and expansion, it requires attention. And I know that zonings and rezonings will always be something that we'll have to deal with, whether we like it or not. In relation to all these bills, they're all great bills that are going to either expand our economy or provide housing opportunities and even expanding our transportation plans for the Island District of St. Croix. And hopefully we'll see some action here in the St. Thomas, St. John District when it comes to our transportation plan as well. Of course, there's also a car rental that will be established. That's good for our tourism sector, along with developments for a commercial plat for developments to operate and establish and manage a slate of subtenants, which was approved through a development plan, and also a logistical storage warehouse as we continue to grow as an economy here in the Virgin Islands. While I did not list out each and every one of the bills, these are all bills that will affect our economy in some way, shape, or form, and being that they're properly vetted by the previous committees to get to this stage, I see no issues with any of these zonings and look forward to voting in the at the appropriate time for them. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support all measures in this block. I think these are some solid pieces of legislation that we could all be proud of. We've been through a lot of discussions back and forth, especially for bill number 36-0199 and 36-0204. But those were well-needed discussions to have about turning, abandoning, and unpleasant-looking commercial space into what will be usable, rentable commercial businesses and spaces. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to rehab the facelift of a lot of our abandoned areas, such as in sub-base. It's going through a renaissance, and I could tell by the time the Royal Caribbean gets in there and start doing their thing, it's going to be the envy of most places around. And so let's continue to work towards making sure local people, local businesses have an opportunity to participate in this renaissance. On St. Croix, we're going to be working on right there in front of the seaplane, right across the street. There's a car rental spot there, and they're going to be fixing that up, that area. It's going to be attractive looking. And again, we're trying to find ways to improve the facelift of our towns and in those areas that need facelifting, so people don't feel like we're still in this horrible recovery phase, but we still are, and it's going to take a while before all these areas are finally improved and they have other usage, and the place is going to be generating a lot of economic benefits to all of us. So I support anything that will stimulate economic development, and these bills move us in those directions. So I'm asking that all my colleagues support these measures. And I suspect at some point we're going to be rebuilding the entire Virgin Islands, and there won't be any available spaces left for us to develop. That's
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time. And I will vote in the affirmative on all these measures.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and colleagues. I rise in support of Bill number 36-0235, which is a coastal zone permit to be granted to Anaquet Inc. 36-0267, which is a rezoning for a parcel in Smith Bay to be rezoned from A1 to R3. This parcel was actually initially given a variance so that they could build a home, the family, and now they want to have it become in conformity with the area. Bill number 36-0269, which is a rezoning for a parcel of land in St. Croix to allow the bus shed. And also Bill number 36-0271, which is a rezoning for the Centerline car rental from R3 to B1, not B2 as is stated on the agenda, because I believe the bill reflects B1, as well as, and these were all favorably recommended and went through the process of public hearing by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and they did their work so that these rezoning can go forward. I also stand in support of Bill number 36-0199, which is for some property at parcel number 123 and 129 Submarine Base. The young lady who came not once, not twice, I think 3 times before the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is very committed. Her team, and it's a young Virgin Islander, committed and a team to refurbish this very derelict site. So I am full support of it, and she is paying a sizable money for the rental of this property. So her group, I shouldn't say her alone, but her group is paying a sizable amount of money to rent it, and I'm in full support of it, especially knowing that it's a woman-owned business. And Bill number 36-0204, this is the parcel, again, a next female in Subbase where the school lunch is located, and these women are making a big stride. I didn't say before, this is Women's Month, and I really want to commend these 2 ladies who have these leases for going forward. I know there were some questions whether they were able to have the capacity to do this work, and they do. And at the time, I will be casting my vote accordingly. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you so very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I forgot my glasses. But I stand in support of all of the measures in this particular block. Of course, we had an opportunity to vet all of these measures in the Committee of the Whole, as well as the Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance, and did our due diligence in vetting these particular measures. Today for me, Mr. President, as I woke up this morning, right, I felt a bit nostalgic because this is my 6th term, 12 years here at the legislature, and I just reflected on the fact that I've been to 100% every single session for the last 12 years. So I'm very prayerful, I'm very thankful that the grace and the good Lord have allowed me to be present at all of these hearings, and I'm just happy to be here and continue to work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm just really thankful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. 12 years. That's a lot of years. We appreciate your service. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support all the bills in this block. If not all, but most. I got a question on bill number 360271, whether or not the approval of this bill will allow for servicing of vehicles and which side of the road. I mean, I know the side closest to the sea. I'm hoping that's not the side that they end up billing anything to service any vehicles at. I also would like to note, we also moving legislation in this bill, in Bill 360267, to rezone from A1 to R3 on the island of St. Thomas. Again, making space for more residential home ownership. And again, at the correct time, I will be supporting, if not all, maybe not one, but I want to believe all, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator... Boy. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you're the next man up. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I'll cast my vote on the bills in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. I will take my 3 minutes and rise in support of all of the items in this block, beginning with the Anquet Inc. Bill number 36.0235. This permit has already been received by the governor, and he's already approved it. Ratification by the legislature fulfills our responsibility, our constitutional oversight, and provides the regulatory certainty needed for coastal investment to proceed in a responsible manner. Bill 36.0267, that's the rezoning of Estate Smith Bay property from A1 to R3, transitioning this parcel to residential medium density. It responds to our very, very pressing demand for housing in the district, while placing new homes in a corridor that can sustain that growth. Bill number 36.0269, that's the zoning variance for Estate Slab on St. Croix for the bus passenger terminal. I was very pleased by DPW's presentation here the other day, authorizing a dedicated bus and passenger terminal. This improves public transportation infrastructure on St. Croix, enhancing mobility of residents who depend on transit daily. What was exciting was that this facility is going to be ADA compliant. Bill 36.0271, the rezoning of Strand Street in St. Croix from R3 to B2. Again, this is aligning this corridor with business secondary zoning and supports the economic revitalization of Christiansted and encourages neighborhood scale commerce in a traditional mixed use area. Regarding the leases, I am in support of Bill number 36.0199. That is the lease to Accent Property Management LLC and Subbase, activating these parcels through a managed subtenant development plan. It puts underutilized government land to productive economic use
30 seconds.
while retaining a public oversight through an approved development plan. And finally, Bill number 36.0204, that's the lease to Commercial Investments LLC, again in Subbase, a logistics storage warehouse at this location, strengthens our supply chain infrastructure, a persistent vulnerability exposed by both hurricanes and the pandemic. So at the appropriate time, colleagues, I plan to vote affirmatively for all of the items in Block 2. We're going to reverse back and we're going to give Senator Marvin A. Blyden an opportunity to present your 3 minutes. The president will be very generous and allow you to have your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of most, if not all, the bills in this block. In respect to zoning requests and lease agreements, I'm going to speak to a couple alone. In respect to bill number 36.0204, that deals with storage space, etc., with all that's going on with our recovery and everything in that space, we do need more storage space. That's always a good investment for anyone to make at this time. But let me go to the zoning requests. I'm going to speak to, in particular, bill number 36.0267, which is in Smith Bay. And I know that we spoke to those individuals who are coming for the zoning request, and what they want to do is assure that they are not, number one, they're not breaking a law, and number two, we know that it's a good investment for them and their family in terms of generational wealth. It's important that we as a people continue to invest in homes, invest in our people, and also assure that when it comes to property, I spoke to this last time when I spoke in terms of assuring that we do not lose our properties. We invest in financial management. We invest in terms of, I want to say, when it comes to not losing your home, invest in education. When it comes to home ownership opportunities, I lost my train of thought. But anyway, I support all these bills in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Avery Lewis, Mr. Secretary, you're recognized for your. Sorry about that. Senator Corvielle, Majority Leader, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of the zoning and lease agreements in this block, if not all. But I just wanted to cite one issue that I have, which is with Bill number 36, that's 0199. While the government is realizing a decent lease agreement in the amount of $144,000, I don't agree with the way that sublease is presently being structured in these lease agreements, in which we're not getting that 20-25% from the onset. It's a sliding scale, and it's taking over 20 years before we get the full amount of the sublease that is due to the government of the Virgin Islands. And I believe that moving forward, that there is a need to standardize the sublease agreement, because it differs according to the lease agreement. And in some instances, it is not fair. And I think it needs to have parity across the board. And I'm thinking if it is time that we just legislate a standard sublease, because if you lease a property from the government of the Virgin Islands and you're going to sublease a property, why should you be placed on the sliding scale where you're only paying 5% for the first 5 years, 10%? The rent that you're charging to your sublease should be sufficient to cover the agreement. So we're letting some of these entities get away that we're not going to realize the full monies until 25 years after. And it's really not fair. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 3 minutes, and then we'll go to Mr. Secretary.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Okay, I too rise in support of all of these in block number 2. Bill number 36, that's 0199. This is down there, they call it Peace Hill. You're going up to where the TV is. It used to be Channel 10, WB&B, way back. Joe Potter and Lee Vanterpool, they all used to work up there. And, I used to drive by this area a lot. I'm glad to see it being developed. I want to go quickly to Bill number 36-0235. The family gave testimony here. And I got to, give congratulations to the family because they are actually not making a profit at this time. So we hope that they can improve. But this is right down there in Frenchtown, where you come down where you go buy the fish on Saturday. The seaplane, they fly over it sometime. It's good. It's a development. And I did ask the question, you still maintain the access so you could walk across. It used to be a beach a while back, so you can still walk across. So we still have access to that. And that's good to know that even though these developments are in the town area, and this particular one, there's 2 off, has been there for a while, you can still go down there and throw a little line and thing and do a little bit of fishing. So that's pretty good. Bill number 36-0271. This is in Strand Street, Christiansted, St. Croix. They're going from R3 to a B1, secondary neighborhood business. I am definitely in support for that because, what you see sometimes when you go to St. Croix is that our sister island needs more concentration, more input, more development. And it's so good when we can vote to
30
help
seconds.
our sister island get this development that's so needed downtown in Christiansted. So, Mr. Chairman, I am in support of all of these in this block. And at the appropriate time, I will be casting my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. You started back over the time. Thank you, Mr. President, for that time. Not yet. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. As it pertains to 360235, I think sometimes we just need to refresh in the community my memory where these locations are and place your and place the pictures and the locations so the community could see what we're ratifying, the locations. This is down there in Subbase, where up the hill where the old FBI station used to be, the federal building. Going up to the TV station on the left-hand side. The Oceanary building, thank you, Commissioner. And then, as it pertains to the Smith Bay property, I was glad to see the gums in here expressing their concerns. I like helping young people. I know them, and I know they're going to do a great job. Old Selwyn Boom is a man of his word, and I know he's going to get it done. A military guy as well. The others in St. Croix, I moved forward with it. I heard them. They didn't know exactly where it was, but I took my colleagues' advice, input, and I asked my questions, and I in favor of it. As it pertains to 360204, why I missed my spot is because I went to my office because I had to look back at my records. Because I remember this, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Department. Anyhow.
1 minute.
Parcel number 30, submarine, number 6, side quarter. This is where the current school lunch is located. And I'm adamant about it that if we don't have a new location, I am not voting for this. So I called the assistant commissioner, and he said they already got it out the old island block and so forth, and they're making preparations for the transfer. So I'm adamant about that. I am not giving up government property, free property, to go into somebody's land where we're paying for some campaign favor or some foolishness. Not me. So he clarified that. I'm comfortable with it. And also in the lease it says that until the government is ready to move, the person shall not occupy that building. So they have to wait until the government is ready to relocate. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We have exhausted all debate time for block number 2. Madam Clerk, you may call the first item in block 2. Roll call.
Bill number 36-0235, an act ratifying the Governor of the Virgin Islands' approval of major coastal zone permit number CZT-09-22W granted to Anchoret, Inc.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 36, that's 0235, an act ratifying the Governor of the Virgin Islands' approval of major coastal zone permit number CZ209-22, the CZT-09-22, W, granted, and Anquit Inc. Has been voted upon favorably and will be forwarded to the Governor. Next up.
Bill number 36-0267, an act rezoning parcel number 19-2-111 Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, from A1 agricultural zone to R3 residential medium density.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0267, an act rezoning parcel number 19-2-111, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, Estate Quarters, St. Thomas, from A1 agricultural zone to R3 residential medium density, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0269, an act granting a zoning use variance to plat numbers 24B and 24D, Estate Body Slab, King Quarter, St. Croix, to allow for a bus and passenger terminal.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale, sorry. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0269, an act granting a zoning use variance to plot numbers 24B, and 24D Estate Body Slab, King Quarter, St. Croix, to allow for a bus and passenger terminal has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0271, an act rezoning plat numbers 31B, 32B, 34CA, 34CAA, and 34CB, Strand Street, Christiansted Town, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden Yeh. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. Yeh. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff Yeh. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca Yeh. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Yeh. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger Yeh. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins Yeh. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson Yeh. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Not voting. Senator Joseph not voting. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. Yeh. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis Yeh. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Not voting.
Senator Potter not voting. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet Yeh. Mr. President, you have 12 yeas, 1 absent, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I may have to redo this roll call because there's a discrepancy between the actual bill and what appears on the agenda. The B1, on the agenda, it has medium density to B2, and it should be B1, which would be in sync with what's on the actual bill. So there's a discrepancy there. Right. The bill would actually supersede. Yeah. Okay, let's stand in recess just for about 2 minutes just so we can get it clear. I think what was reported Colleagues, session is back on the record. Just for the edification of the public, we had a slight discrepancy between what was on our agenda versus what was on the actual bill. But what is really the governing narrative is what is on the bill. So we're going to allow you, Senator Carla Joseph, to change your vote. Since we corrected. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, please change my vote to yes also, and give us the final tally.
Mr. President, you have 14 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0271, an act rezoning plot numbers 31B, 32B, 34CA, 34CAA, and 34CB, Strand Street, Christiansted Town, St. Croix, from R3, residential medium density, to B1, business secondary neighborhood, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Please call up the next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and Accent Property Management LLC for parcels number 123 and 129, Submarine Base, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden Yeh, Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Bolquez Jr. Yeh, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff Yeh, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca Yeh, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr. Yeh, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger Yeh, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Frederick Yeh, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins Yeh, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson Yeh, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph Yeh, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph Sr. Yeh, Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Lewis Yeh, Senator Milton E. Potter,
yes,
Senator Potter Yeh, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale nay. Mr. President, you have 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Accent Property Management LLC for parcels number 123 and 129, Submarine Base, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item in Block 2?
Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investments LLC for parcel number 30, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden Yeh, Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Bolquez Jr. Yeh, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff Yeh, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca Yeh, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics, storage, warehouse, and other related purposes, has been favorably considered and voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Colleagues, we have exhausted our completed blocks 1 and 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block 3?
Block number 3, consideration of bills. Block number 3, consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0084, an act honoring and commending Alphonse Swan, also known as Coach Tumba, for his significant contributions to the sport of basketball in the Virgin Islands by bestowing upon him the key to the territory. Bill number 36-0209, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create a territorial marine safety fund. Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, relating to the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provisions for insurance producer licenses. Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Holby Road, located in North Side, St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive. Bill number 36-0232, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators and for other purposes. Bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for the hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix. Bill number 36-0261, an act establishing a 33 business day amnesty to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto by waiving penalties and interest imposed for the non-payment of taxes. Bill number 36-0200, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-7 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning a portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R1, residential low density, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. Bill number 36-0198, an act amending Act number 9035 by redesignating the funding source for several entities and correcting a typographical error, and amending Act number 9045 by inserting and striking appropriations to allow for non-germane amendments. This concludes the reading of block number 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory, testifier, well, staff, and everyone within the sound of my voice. First, I would like to say that I support many pieces of legislation in this block, 360084, as it relates to honoring Alva Alfonso Swan, Coach Tumba. As we know, all the significant things that we see individuals assist with our young people here in the territory. When we have an opportunity to give them their flowers while they're living, I have no issue with that. 360209, this was on the agenda during a previous session as it dealt with the Marine Safety, Territorial Marine Safety Fund and Marine Advisories. I'm happy to see that it has made it back. And hopefully with the correct amendments, it should have a positive outcome. 360219, we definitely had discussions in regards to Virgin Islands producer and adjuster licensing. I have no problem. I fully support this. 360220, as a former employee of Senator Lorraine L. Berry, as an employee in this institution for about 26, 27 years, I can closely say that working with her was an honor. And any opportunity that we have to remember her in a positive way by naming the Hull Bay Road after Senator Lorraine Berry, I will 100% support it. 360232. That one is still up in the air for me. To be honest with you, I was about to vote yes, because I did have an opportunity to speak to some of my colleagues that did participate in the town hall that took place, and we also had an opportunity to speak to Commissioner Oriel directly today, and it helped alleviate some of my concerns. But while I've been sitting here, I got 2 text messages from members from out in Bovoni, residents, that said that the reason why they didn't really have an opinion at the town hall meetings was they were under the impression they would have had an opportunity for their voices to be heard on the 23rd during government operations, where this is supposed to be brought up again. So we're in a situation where we're attempting to put the cart before the horse, because if we go ahead with this special order, the people of Bovoni and Mr. Oriel would not have an opportunity to put that information on the record. So as of now, I would have to say no to that, because I can't make decisions without all input. I want to quickly spend the rest of my time, because I know time is running out, on 360200. As you know, Beeston Hill has been before us on multiple occasions. The first time I said no because it was a monstrosity project that was attempting to be smack dead in the middle of a residential R1 area on the island of St. Croix. It included medical facilities, shopping malls, housing as well.
30 seconds.
I made the decision no at that time. When it came back, I said no. This time around, I said yes, because it was to be limited to housing. I know, speaking with my colleagues after we've had several debates over this, they have shared with me that amendment is coming forward that will do such to have it for housing with some limitations, because the attempt was to change it from the B2 down to R3.
Time.
Mr. Chair, could I quickly wrap up?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you. To change it from B2 down to R3, R3 has several commercial zone options, such as nightclubs and liquor stores and medical clinics and a whole slew of things. So my concern in fighting for the residents in that area in St. Croix, as well as the potential residents that might be moving in there once this housing facility is built, is to make sure that there's still some semblance of residents and a neighborhood. I am not against business, but I think when people as developers of their homes have invested in an area, for us to now take away that ability to have that type of homely neighborhood without guardrails is a disservice to those individuals. So I await that amendment, and I hope that it's a happy balance between all of us as well as the residents, and I will vote accordingly once I get an opportunity to see the amendment. So thank you very much for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, am waiting for 36-0200 amendments before I move forward. I do think you own a piece of property, you should be able to build what you want on it in accordance with the law, but based on what you're asking for and the guardrails that were mentioned, I will support that then. 0232, I ain't going to support at all. The bill for the burning, again, they have the meeting March 23rd, where the commissioner going to come. He sent a letter. Hey, you come, we ask questions, we get to hear more people, but I won't support that on a special order. And then to burn anything on the dump here with methane gas, and we talking about controlled burning, we try and burn, what is it, another fire burn we trying to do? Come on, man. So, but again, I won't support those at all. You know, every time I come here as object, you hear me objecting all the time. And I think on my colleagues of the majority will have committees and they do great work. And then every time we come and the committee reports are waived, none of the committee chairs say a word. That's why I'm going to object. You know, we need to toot our horn as an institution also out here doing great work, producing great bills to move forward to govern our territory. Then when they come to us giving reports, we waive them. Really backwards to me. Like my colleague mentioned the cart before the horse. That's a cart before the horse. You know, so when we're doing great work here in the institution, we should say and beat your chest and say, hey, this is what my committee has produced. But to keep waving it, then the community going to say, well, hey, they don't want to talk about themselves. Then, hey, you know. So I think that's one thing we need to correct going forward. You know, what I see here, a name, Alphonse Swan. I always thought Tumba first name was Coach and the last name was Tumba. I didn't know he had a government name. But when I say a young brother who been around just purely passing on wisdom to the children, young men, you know, when you're a young boy playing basketball, you're as strong, you're as healthy, you're as fast as anything. Nobody can tell you anything. When you got somebody there, well, and they listen to him. When he say, and he ain't beating nobody down because he's about 90 pounds wet. So, but he is out there and he's well respected. I think that's a big plus. And then to name Holby Road after Senator Lorraine Berry, I think that's great. Again, tooting our own horn. Lorraine Berry is a staple of this institution, the branch of government. She has done great things for the people of the territory. She's a St. Thomas senator. She's a Virgin Islands senator who have done great things for the territory. So to honor her by naming this road after her, that's something I like to do. You know, I'm going to name everything after a local person anyway. And so right now in this block, only the bill right now on the burning, I won't vote for 200, like I said. And then I'll stand and wait for the non-germane amendments so we could start up the going forward and making sure everybody know what they're talking about. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues, listening viewing audience, central staff, people of the Virgin Islands. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the bills here in this block. And I want to start off with the resolutions, and it's very important that we honor our people, especially while they're living. Even though one is honoring someone who's here with us, but yet still one who has done great work and exceptional work and has passed on, but still her work lives on today in the Virgin Islands. So I definitely want to support Coach Tumba for all of his work with the youth in the sport of basketball. He's a role model and has helped a lot of young men and even some young ladies off of the street and given them a opportunity to utilize sports as a way to build morals, values, and ethics. As for former Senator Lorraine L. Berry, definitely I was a sponsor on that bill as well, and I'm looking forward to supporting that endeavor. In relation to public safety in the blue economy, a very highly unregulated area, in my opinion, when it comes to our local government. It's good to see that the foresight of the senator, the proponent of the bill, to create a new fund for this marine safety. We want to be able to let people know that the roadways are not the only pathways here in the Virgin Islands. We also have waterways, and we have to also respect the laws of those waterways. In relation to the amnesty, we lost some days due to a number of closures, whether they were administrative leave related, holidays, and or weekends. We did conduct a survey in relation to this amnesty. That information is readily available and has been readily available to you, colleagues. I want to thank you all for supporting this measure. I think it's the right thing to do, just to replace the missed days that our people were not able to utilize to be able to take care of their non-payments of taxes. In relation to the Beeston Hill project, in the initial hearing, I did mention to him, the individual who wants to rezone the property, that he's very persistent. He started off with a commercial request that got shut down. He then changed to a business request, and that got shut down. And he's now here yet again with a residential R3 request. Has definitely been very flexible in trying to find a happy medium. I think we really did have a very healthy hearing that day. We heard both sides. I think everyone came out with their A game and were able to elaborate about the issues or concerns that they had. And I believe that we have a forthcoming amendment that will be able to quell those issues so that we can try to make this process whole for this
30 seconds.
For this gentleman and his family, for the development that they have planned for housing expansion in the island district of St. Croix. So I'm looking forward to that as well. In reference to the incinerator, I am a proponent and supporter of that bill. However, I too did get a communication concerning that for whatever reason, the residents did not want to make any formal statements at such said meeting in basically focusing to the next subsequent hearing, which was scheduled, but now this is a special order. So I think that we should carefully look at this before fully voting at the appropriate time. I just want to make sure that no one feels disenfranchised. In relation to the Hotel Development Program Act for expansion projects on St. Croix, I understand that there is a number of amendments to that piece of legislation that we will deal with at the appropriate time. But for most part, Mr. President, that is my input on the bills before us in this last block. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Pleasant good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, colleagues, and of course the great staff of the legislature. Mr. President, I am very much supportive of most of the measures that we're about to vote on, specifically when it comes to honoring folks for their hard work, dedication give it to them. You know, we often talk about people who don't do this, don't do that. Well, when they do this and they do that, give them their honors while they're alive, and even if they're not here, give it to their families, because that's what we should do. That's the right thing to do. In reference to bill number 36-0209, which is my bill, I'm so proud to again have the opportunity for my colleagues to vote on this measure. It's a marine safety bill. It's going to help us control some of the wayward behavior out there in the sea whenever the weather has changed and they're told not to go out to sea. Some people like to ignore warnings, and then as a result, it puts human lives and our equipment at harm. And there's no penalty. There's no financial penalty. This now provides a financial penalty if you do so, and we have to come and get you. You're going to pay something. So I'm asking for full support on that measure by my colleagues. In reference to bill number 36-0219, I will not be voting on this measure because I'm a licensed insurance broker, and this directly impacts me, and so I'm not, because of my ethics, I'm not going to vote on this measure. Bill number 36-0232, the incinerator bill. This measure is very personal to me too, because I have family members that live in Bavoni. I have an aunt, cousins that live there. So it's funny, people think, you know, because you're just a St. Croix senator, you know, you're not impacted by the decision you make in the other districts, but that's not the case. They directly get affected by what happens at that landfill. So I personally would like for everyone to have the opportunity to express their opinion on the matter. Not that I'm for or against it right now, but I think the public should have, the residents should have a right to express their opinion on this matter. So that would be my position on that.
1 minute.
Not that I'm against it, like I said, or for it. In reference to the hotel development bill for St. Croix continues to work on measures that will bring people to the island of St. Croix, because economically we are disadvantaged. And this measure does that. It says if you have a hotel, we'll give you additional financial incentive if you want to come and do business on St. Croix. This is what you do when you try to invite investors to your island that's not doing as hot as it should be. But if we get a couple hotels, I think you'll see a
30
change
seconds.
in that economy. So I'm asking for full support on this measure, because it will have strong economic benefits to the people of St. Croix and to the Virgin Islands, because remember, it all comes into the same pot, the same general fund. So ultimately, we will all do well with this measure. Last but not least,
Time.
Mr. President, if I just could wrap up.
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator.
The last, one of the most pressing measures will be the Beeson Hill property. I tried to find some commonality while we were having the hearing on this measure, and I was happy to see that the owner was willing to make movement in terms of establishing a separate road to access the property. That's key. He was willing to accept a change in his initial designation from B2 to R3. That's good, with additional safeguards. So that was really good to see someone willing to make some effort. So I look forward to voting on that. Thank you very much for the additional time, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of Bill number 36-0084, Act honoring and commending Alva Alphonse Swan, Coach Tumba for his significant contributions in our Virgin Islands and to bestow upon him the key to our territory. This is a hardworking individual who has done such extraordinary volunteer work, especially with basketball and the like. So I like to see when our people are still on top of God's good earth and are being commended for the work that they do, especially when they're volunteering their time. I also stand in support of Bill number 36-0209 relative to assuring that persons who in the marine industry and they leave their vessels wherever negligent and don't follow the advisories, they are held accountable and can pay for whatever removal costs that is necessary to remove their marine vessels, once they run ashore. Also, I'm in support of Bill number 36-0219. This is regarding insurance adjusters and licensing and the like. So I'm in support of that bill. I'm also in support of Bill number 36-0220 to name the Hull Bay Road located in Northside, running down Northside, in honor of the late former Senator Lorraine L. Berry. I had the opportunity to work with her on a volunteer basis for her organization, the Virgin Islands Democratic Action Committee, and she was definitely a force to be reckoned with, and she gave tirelessly not only of her time here in the legislative body, but also volunteering her services and knowledge to help improve candidates who are coming up and having a forum on ethical conduct. I remember that vividly. I have some concerns regarding Bill 36-0232. I just came off the phone with some of the residents in the Bovoni, one in particular, who is part of an ad hoc committee, and they have some concerns regarding that bill. They have indicated to me that they were ready and getting themselves prepared to testify on Monday for the vetting of this bill. And we want to make sure that we have the persons who are infected and live in that area included in the discussion. We cannot be a body that dismisses people concerned. I don't believe many of us live in the Bovoni area, and this is something different and new in that area. We want to make sure it is properly vetted and we hear all persons' concerns. I know the Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources sent a letter, but we also need to have that discussion, and he was not present at the initial hearing on this. And we want to make sure we're including people, because this bill affects lives. It affects our way of living here and the quality of our life. Bill number 36-023259. I have no concern. I know there is an amendment in the nature of a substitute, but I want to be clear that this is one Virgin Islands. We are one people, and we should be looking out for one another no matter what. And I definitely would look at this measure and make up my mind sufficiently in time. 36-0261. I have no issue with this. This is just for fair play with the tax amnesty for those businesses and also persons to pay their taxes. I am a big believer in paying my taxes, especially when I live in a community that has nurtured and supported me and others. We must pay our fair share. I am for bill number 36-0200, I'm not totally sold on this one. I hope by then I'll make up my mind, which is the Beeston Hill and very controversial rezoning. Again, we want to be able to keep our public informed. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up with this last one, if you would allow me.
You may conclude, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And then finally, Bill 36-0198. this is just a cleanup bill in clarifying some funding sources, and so that we could make it clear and get the money to these worthy nonprofits. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of the measures in this block number 3. I want to start off by again commending the recognition of Coach Tumba for the significant contributions that he has made to the sport of basketball in the Virgin Islands, and just really to recognize the remarkable it's remarkable to think of the impact that he have had on youngsters over the years. And we heard the estimation during the discussion of thousands of youngsters that have gone through him and his team, and really just diverted these individuals from a life of crime and basically teach them life skills that allow them to be surviving and thriving members of our community, as well as to go on to better themselves. So that is commendable that we recognize Alphonse Swan, Coach Tumba. I do support Bill number 36-0198 as well. Again, this is a bill that's to address some of the typographical errors that have been made in awarding and recognizing some of our nonprofit organizations for their contributions, such as the Animal Shelter and the Animal Welfare Center. In respect to the Bill 36-0209, I want to commend my colleague for the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, and again recognizing the importance of ensuring that individuals are adhering to marine warnings and not endangering the safety of our first responders during natural disasters or similar weather conditions. I want to say that Bill number 36-0259, the Hotel Development Act, I stand in support as also a co-sponsor on this particular piece of legislation. We know that we have not had a hotel development on the island of St. Croix for quite some time, for over 30 years, and this really opened up the opportunity for us to be able to expand hotel development on the island of St. Croix. So we look forward to that. We have done a lot of the necessary work to ensure that this is a thriving opportunity, and in fact put in some safeguard to ensure that it is followed through. In respect to Bill number 36-0232, which again is the incinerator discussion, green waste continue to be a problem in this territory. I know that there is some attempts to ensure that with the incinerator also comes some additional responsibility on waste management to do mulching and shredding. I had the opportunity to take a picture just flying over yesterday from St. Croix to St. Thomas, and the size of that green waste that's over at Anguilla is really impactful. We know that recently there was a fire there where we had a situation where the Port Authority employees had to wear masks to protect themselves. Every time there's a fire in that location, it threatens the ability for planes and aircraft to fly out of that area. So it's necessary that we're able to address that particular situation, not to mention that we endanger the lives of our firefighters every time they have to go out to extinguish these fires because it could really get out of hand and be harmful. So I'm hoping that we can reach a happy medium and address this particular situation. In regards to the amnesty for an additional 50 days, I'm a little bit hesitant about this, but I believe I will support it because we've been getting the calls for it. But I'm very concerned with the funding, our revenues coming in. I've had the responsibility as the finance chair for monitoring our funding over the last several months, and it is strained. It is difficult. We're getting ready to go into April 15th, and I'm hoping that, with this
30 seconds
amnesty, that we'll be able to, certainly see that individuals are able to take advantage of it and not wait until the last day to make that happen, because it then definitely jeopardize our April 15 timeline. Beeston Hill, we work hard and come up with a compromise for Beeston Hill. We know of the issue of NIMBY, not in my backyard. No one wants these major development within their backyard, but we do have a housing crisis here in this community. This body has gone through the painstaking look at being able to, Mr. Chair, if I just conclude, we have gone through the meeting the needs of the crisis that we're faced by, and as well as the developer approach to address this particular issue, as well as the community's concern about having this major development within their backyard. So, we're working carefully on a compromise. We've been collaborating, we've been communicating, and we hopefully will be able to pass a measure that we all could be comfortable on moving forward. But we have to address the housing crisis here in the territory. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time. I look forward to supporting most, if not all, of this measure in block number 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Noel Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise to support just about all the bills in this block. I will speak towards bill number 360232. I'm hearing my colleagues bump around with individuals calling, saying that they were planning to come. I don't know if they are not already scheduled to testify. They can't testify. I mean, they could come and still bring the concerns when they get to the legislature. That's not out of whack. But again, we're trying to introduce the technology of getting rid of free burning. Because every time we see all these smoke, and now we're talking about just pure green waste that are going to be separated to be burned. This bill does not at any time stop anybody from mulching or whatever, or soil separation with the trash. It's basically for green waste. Green waste. Here on the island of St. Thomas, they were not even accepting the green waste. So I mean, every spot, every gully, and you name it, it's everybody's backyard. It's spreading all over. You get to the dump, they tell them, they told you can't dump, you leave the dump, they ain't carrying it back home. They go in some place on the island. So, again, we want to, I myself, I served 27 years of my life for the fire department. I've been from a firefighter to a director of the fire service. This device, again, I said it when I was in DC and I was here. I made it clear that it could be put in any location because it doesn't put out the type of smoke that everybody in here or anybody else who don't, anytime something is new and we don't know, we just don't know. So I'm just saying to you that this piece of equipment could be spotted anywhere. It doesn't have to be in any one of the dumps. It could be spotted anywhere. The reason why we say in the dump, because it's for waste management. But the same way how you dump in any place, this could burn any place. You could put this to work in a place that we could agree to, maybe a piece of government land anywhere on these islands, and do the same, get rid of the green waste, because that's the plan, is to get rid of green waste. So again, I too rise to support Tumba, and again, Lauren Berry. So this time around, we're actually giving flowers to a living and just remembering a past person that did a lot for this community as well. As it comes to housing, again, on St. Croix with the 360200, I too support
1 minute.
the building of new homes. As far as we do have a shortage, without question. I have got calls up today for people who are looking for a place to live. So it's not a surprise. Housing are doing their part. They're restoring on St. Croix Red Brick. They're restoring here on St. Thomas as well. But the apartments are not getting ready fast enough. And just like anything else, when the work starts that we plan to have here in the Virgin Islands, they're gonna be a need for more housing. So that's another problem on its own when the time comes. So thank you again, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And I too rise in support of most of these measures, and I would like to be able to support all. You know, colleagues, I want to particularly bring to your attention, ladies and gentlemen, regarding Bill number 360232. You know, there was testimony received from Greg Grunell, the director of the Caribbean Green Technology Center at the University of the Virgin Islands regarding the air quality impacts of burning. You know, the Bovoni residents have the obligation and the desire to come before this body to give testimony. I'd like to thank former Commissioner of DPNR, Dawn Henry. She came running down here, and quite frankly, she's provided a lot of assistance to me because she is a subject matter expert. But getting back to the testimony of Greg Grunell, Director of the Caribbean Green Technology, he is saying, and this is testimony that's on the record, it's been admitted in a hearing here, regarding air quality impacts of burning. It's the primary environmental issue associated is with vegetative debris burning and often determines whether communities accept or oppose burn operation. Smoke plumes from debris burning can affect areas approximately 0.2 to over a mile downwind, depending on wind speed, atmospheric condition. So now I accept my colleagues from St. Croix, and in this body, this is a deliberative body, maybe the issue is greater on St. Croix, and maybe we can amend the bill where the burning is done on St. Croix. I haven't heard any objections from anyone from St. Croix, but not on St. Thomas. You know, I'm going to tell you something, right? And I might get in trouble for this, right? But
1 minute.
We as Democrats, we caucus on certain procedures of how we want to operate. And that has to be adhered to, because if I give my position that I'm going to agree to something and now it changes, then I have the ability and the right to change my position. You know, this bill here has to be amended for me to be able to support it. I'd like to be able to support it, but we need to get the input from the residents. And Mr. President, if I can wrap up. Yes.
Yes, you may, Senator.
You see, I want to make sure that if the burning ever occurs, that the operator holds certain certificate programs from a company or organization that certifies that they are competent. And we want to make sure that even if the burning is conducted, the PM10 and the PM2.5 monitors must be federal reference monitors, and the results of the monitoring must be made available in real time to the community, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing can be burned that exceeds 15% moisture content due to adverse combustion outcomes. And each quarter, the incinerator needs to be tuned by a certified third party in order to demonstrate that the unit meets the manufacturer's requirement and does not exceed this.
Time.
So I have some concerns, and I want to make sure that we are not going to harm our community, and everything is done in the proper way. And thank you, Mr. President, for the time. And I support all the others.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of the bills in this block. I'm going to start with bill number 36.0220 in respect to honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine Berry, the voice of reason. She's a staple in this community, and she has done a lot for the territory as a whole. And definitely I will be supporting that piece of legislation. I also sign on as a sponsor. I'm going to go to bill number 36.0084, an act honoring and commending Alva Alfonso Swan to Madrid, coach, who has made significant contributions here in the territory when it comes to basketball. He has coached thousands of young individuals who have gone on to do great things, to include Jaquan, Alia Barson, and others. Coach to Madrid in terms of his association, everybody know Jayut through to Madrid. And as he stated when he testified here, every youth is Jayut, which is true. But he's a good man and he deserves it. I mean, there are many others also, but Coach Tumba, to me, is an exceptional Virgin Islander. Not only when it comes to his coaching style, when it comes to basketball, but his mentorship as a male in the territory. Bill number 36.0232. Very controversial, but myself and Senator Jackson were the first one to ban the burn after the hurricanes to try and mulch most of the greenways for farmers, etc. But right now, we have way too much greenways at our landfills, and also in this district, they don't even accept it anymore, and that's a problem because right now they're dumping all over the place, and it's ridiculous, and it's dangerous. But I understand the residents of the Bavoni, Nara, Freedom Home area in terms of having an opportunity to hear and see and understand what it's about before we actually make a decision, and we must respect that with any type of legislation, especially one that's controversial. So I do respect their decision, and I hope we can have a discussion before the vote in terms of seeing how we can compromise and amend and or hold a bill until such is done moving forward. And lastly, bill number 36.0200, Beeston Hill, St. Croix. I was also in St. Croix for that hearing. And compromise is a word that we don't use much, but we have to, at times, get done, because with this legislation, I heard many suggestions, recommendations, and no matter what came, it was like, not in my backyard. I don't want that. And that's a problem also because heritage, we're talking about a housing crisis in the territory, home ownership opportunities, places for folks to rent and live and raise their families. But those who already have a saying, no, we don't want you guys here. And that's unfortunate. And in my opinion, unacceptable. We must learn to coexist. We must learn to work with each other and compromise. And even though many things were said in terms of, okay, the opponent, the young man actually changed his request 3 times and bent over backward to work with the community of Beeston Hill. And he even changed it to R3 with the guardrails, which we said we would put in the legislation, and still, I don't think so. So that's a problem in my opinion, and something got to give, and I will be supporting that legislation with the guardrails when the amendment reach. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Kurt A. Ville, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start with the easy ones. Bill number 36.0084, the act commending Coach Tumba for his significant contribution to the sport of basketball. I'm definitely going to support that. The bill honoring the good Senator Lorraine L. Berry, a stalwart in the legislature. I remember her as a very young person, running for governing the Democratic primary, losing in the primary, and then filing and running for Senate as an independent and winning and coming back into this institution. I wish the laws were the same back then as of now. It would definitely benefit some of my colleagues in this body if the laws are the same. But we have two bills on the docket that can be or are being considered controversial. One is the air curtain incinerator, and the next is the Beeson Hill rezoning. However, I want to pose a question. Is it controversial to just sit and do nothing year in and year out and expect growth in the Virgin Islands? How controversial is it? Now we just sit here and we go over and spin wheels over and over and over. For all of those who are anti-development, for all of those who don't want to move forward in technology, and then we rave about other island jurisdictions that are moving forward. While we sit here and just spin wheel. When we burned the burn back in 2018, I think it was a total different methodology that was being utilized. And that is why we said, no, we can't support it at that time. But I have lived to see that not having some type of system in place, we now have a total ban on green waste and St. Thomas. No green waste at the dump. So the question is, where's the waste going? But nobody worry. Just don't bring an incinerator. Let's just dump the bush and the green waste all over the island and have no plan as to how we're going to get the dump to be reopened. The St. Thomas Bovoni dump has limited space. In a couple of years, it's going to be maxed out. If you move all the green waste, you're adding years and years to that particular site. And St. Croix is burning as we speak. So I don't see how we're so scared of this particular bill when the very same thing that we're trying to eliminate is happening now. People are saying there's too much emission, but it's going to be way less emission than what we're presently facing right now. Way less. Now down the Beeson Hill, I think everybody have gone around and said we're going to put in the safeguards, We just came from legal counsel. The safeguards are going to put
30 seconds.
in. They're restricted only to residential. Hotel Development Act, this is a bill designed to promote hotel development on St. Croix. We already have somebody that's very interested in developing a hotel on St. Croix, expanding, renovating, spending significant money to move the economy. This government, as we speak, is broke. We must have economic development if we're going to move the needle.
Time.
This government does not have sufficient funding to operate as we want the government to operate on a regular basis. So we have to be pushing economic development for the Virgin Islands. And this tweak to the Hotel Development Act open up a tremendous amount of opportunities for the island district of St. Croix. And colleagues, I'm asking you to support that particular bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Viole. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. As it pertains to Coach Tumba, he got my vote twice, and he's going to get it again. Senator Lorraine Berry, that's my bill. She get it twice, she going to get it again. Now, as it pertains to Bill 360209, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund. I co-sponsored that bill with a good senator, the insurance guy from St. Croix. So, I know it is. When there's advisory going on, and people still want to be out to sea city, swimming and surfing and they ain't taking us seriously, and then we got to call rescue out, endanger other people's lives, call DPN out, who have limited staff, to go there, Coast Guard, all kind of people to go there to save these people. Aye for that. Well, we got two big bills here this afternoon. One was heard in my committee, which is an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators and for other purposes. One of the things I'll say is sometimes we just need to pause a minute and do a little research. Look up the information and see what the technology is about. I see a little boy in Africa make a device and they're taking the water out of the air. And that's how they're producing water. This thing is tested in the Caribbean. St. Bart's president was here last week, and he stated that the same incineration they're doing in St. Bart's, and they're taking the heat and turning it into energy. Right? So it's working other places. When I was administrator, don't you believe me? Drive St. Thomas, look over the guardrails. The man them cutting the grass, throwing it over the guardrail because the landfill ain't taking none. That's a time bomb. When you go in front of BCB school, look on top of the hill. There's a pile there. That's what they were using as a temporary
1 minute.
A temporary spot for green waste. I had to stop them because the school right there, and if that spark up, that's another chaos. I hear my colleague championing but the residents of Bavoni. I love the residents of Bavoni. When I'm administrator, they call me all the time. I attend just about every meeting out there. But you know what? The same people who talk about Bavoni, those have come to the town hall. I don't know where it was. But you know who were present? And a Crucian senator. Right? Right here, Mr. President, just indulge me a minute here. They make a big thing about DPNR. DPNR sending. DPNR stands in full support of Bill number 360232, an act amending number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators, for several reasons. Firstly, green waste makes up approximately 30 to 35% of the waste stream going to the landfill. By far the largest percentage of material. Both of our landfills are under consent decree and are scheduled for closure with limited airspace remaining in each of them. The good former police commissioner told me in St. Croix that when the landfill catch a fire, the people on the airport, they put the planes in jeopardy from landing and taking off, and the people in health on the airport, they all were wearing masks. I don't want that no more for our residents. I don't want that no more. So if we have a piece of technology that we could try, that's proven, that's EPA certified. And DPNR also said that this thing don't need their Title V burning permit. They don't need it. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and sorry, just one more thing. As it pertains to Beeston Hill, I am for progress the correct way. And that's what we're doing here today. As leaders, we must lead, and I'm going to continue saying it. We have to lead from the front, not from the back. I have a brother that come here year in, year out with a piece of property right here. The boy try everything. And neighbors don't want him in the area. And I know that feeling. I see my mother cry. My family cry. And my brother try everything. And all they want him to do is pay property tax and water the grass. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At an appropriate time, I'll do the appropriate thing.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Johnson. Avery Lewis, I did that on purpose. Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. I rise in support also of Bill number 36 as 0084 to support Mr. Coach Tumba. Definitely I'm in support. Bill number 36 as 0198 is also critical as we need to correct the record and support the important work of these organizations, especially the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center. That's regarding 36-0198. I did have some concerns with the green waste incineration bill, which is 36-0232. But I have greater concerns about our ability to manage fires at our landfills and a tremendous amount of brush and tree limbs, particularly after a storm. We saw pictures of what's taking place over in St. Croix, the buildup and whatnot. The problem is also here in the St. Thomas and John district. There is a solution on the table to address part of the problem, and we need to just take heed. The part of the concern was we didn't hear from the residents of Bovoni. There was an opportunity to hear from them, and those that had concerns and wanted to hear from them still didn't attend the meeting. But like the secretary said, he and I were both present. Also, there were concerns about how DPNR feels about it with the environmental aspect of it. We got a 2-page letter. It was agreed that it will be read into the record. Now I'm told that it will not be read into the record. However, the letter explains the whole EPA aspect of it. And basically, they're in full support of it as it's safe to move forward with. As for the tax amnesty legislation, which is Bill 36-0261, I was the primary sponsor of the original amnesty bill. And what the good senator is seeking to do is to just compensate for those holidays and the time period that the system was down, that individuals did not get an opportunity to go in. So I'm asking all of you now, once this is passed, to please take advantage of it and don't wait until the last day. With regards to Bill 36-0259, I support this as we need to continue growing our tourism product, especially on St. Croix. More hotel rooms also means eventually there will be more airlines coming into the island. And we know how we desperately need that. I stand in strong support of Bill number 36-0209, which establishes penalties for violating the official marine advisories.
1 minute.
The sponsor stated that he did make the necessary amendments, and these advisories are issued to keep everyone safe, to include our emergency personnel. With regards to Bill number 36-0200, the Biston Hill rezoning. Again, all I ask colleagues is for St. Croix to get some type of fairness and an opportunity here.
30 seconds.
All right? We voted on some leases here earlier, right here in the St. Thomas district, and there was opposition, but I don't remember anybody voting no for it. And here it is, St. Croix now has an opportunity, or maybe only one person voted no. But here it is now, St. Croix has an opportunity, and we did speak with not only the applicant, we spoke with residents in the area.
Time.
And the, may I conclude, Mr. President?
Yes, you may, Senator.
And the applicant's representative, and the concerns about capability within the surrounding residential area for character are valid and deserve some careful considerations. Therefore, the amendment that we put in is to address most of those concerns there. basically what it's going to boil down to is that they will just be doing residential housing there. I've had an opportunity to review it closely and conferring with those persons, like I told you. I believe this adjustment strikes a more appropriate balance, and it allows for reasonable development of the property while maintaining the use that is more consistent with the surrounding residential area there at Beeston Hill and responsive to the concerns raised. So my hope is that the amendment, with all the safeguards that we have put in there, will help address and allay the concerns, at least most of them, while still allowing progress on this matter. And I encourage you to support the amendment and the bill going forward. Again, with progress comes change. And we have to be able, we can't gain the one without the other. And I know it's not easy for change, but at some point, we got to realize we got to get up off of our comfort zone and do what's best for this territory. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I rise in support of most of the bills in this final block of the day, beginning with the key to the territory for Coach Tumba, Mr. Alva Alphonse Swan. This man has given literally decades of his life to developing young athletes in the Virgin Islands, and this recognition is long overdue and well-deserved. Kudos to the bill sponsor. Bill number 36-0209, civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories. Again, kudos to the bill sponsor. Establishing an enforceable consequences for ignoring marine advisories. It protects lives on our waters, and it creates a dedicated funding stream to sustain these safety efforts. Bill 36-0220, renaming Hall Bay Road to the Lorraine L. Berry Drive. Senator Berry's lifetime of public service merits this lasting tribute, and naming this road in her honor ensures that future generations of Virgin Islanders know her name and they know her contributions to our community. Bill 36-0232, I have mixed emotions about this. Absolutely, we need a solution to our green waste crisis in the territory. However, my concern is the feedback that we are getting and that we have received this afternoon from residents in the Bavoni area who are concerned that they did not have an opportunity to put their positions on the record before this body. And that is the concern that I have. I think everybody deserves that opportunity. Of course, some of my concerns were allayed. We were able to hear from the Commissioner of DPNR remotely. But still, I think there is something about being able to have proponents and opponents to an issue on both sides come before this body in the well and express themselves and state their concerns, state why they are for it, why they are against it. We may go in the direction of supporting it, but I think sort of quickly moving forward with it without the proper vetting will give opposition folks an opportunity to say, I did not have a chance to put my position on the record. That is really my only concern right now with bill number 0232, the Green Waste Disposal Initiative. Bill 36-0259, the expanding the hotel development program. I am in support of that, opportunities to develop and incentivize developers to build hotels, expand the hotel rooms on the Big Island of St. Croix. Bill number 36-0200. Now, we had an opportunity to hear both sides, a very robust discussion on St. Croix
30 seconds.
earlier this week. And I can't minimize the sincere passion and the legitimate points on both sides of this issue. Both sides had legitimate concerns. The homeowners who purchased their land as R1, their expectation was that that R1 status will remain and they will be able to quietly enjoy their property without the possibilities of things changing in their neighborhood. It's a legitimate expectation. At the same time, there's the expectation that a property owner is going to be able to develop his property without having to acquiesce whole scale to the demands of our neighbors. So it is a legitimate point of contention on both sides of the equation. My preference would have been to go the planned area development route where we could achieve some sense of satisfaction from both sides, both the homeowners who want protections and the property owner who would like to have his property developed. So it would happen more under a controlled environment. So at the appropriate time, I will vote my conscience on all of the bills in this final block. Thank you very much. We will take a brief recess for 5 minutes. Well, I said 15 minutes. Colleague, session is back on the record. Do I have a motion? Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as it pertains to Bill number 360232, I move an act amending. No. Mr. Chairman, let me restate that motion, please. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 360232, an act amending Act number 8018 to authorize the disposal of green waste using controlled incineration technologies, including air curtain incinerators, and for other purposes, be removed from today's agenda and sent back to Committee of Jurisdiction, which is Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. By the call of the chair, I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objections, so ordered. You may proceed with your point of personal privilege, Senator Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. President and colleagues, as we discussed today, and we know some inner workings that there was a time-sensitive issue and some environmental issues as it pertains to this bill, made the reason why it was advanced here today. But, however, as a body collectively, we do understand the concerns of the community. So we took that deeply into consideration. And that's why we made the decision today to have it come back to Committee of Jurisdiction, which is the committee I chair, Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. And on Monday, March 23rd at 9 a.m. Along with that, we'll allow for Ms. Dawn Henry, the Commissioner of DPNR. We'll have Fire, Vitima, and Waste Management once more. And I'm going to send out an invitation to, there's a group in Bovoni, collectively allowing one of them to be able to testify, put their concerns on the record, so we could make an informed decision. That way we'll have a balance. On both sides, we have the government, and we have the community. And as leaders, again, like I said, we have to lead, and that's doing the right thing, and we're going to continue to lead. And come Monday, God's willing, colleagues, it will be heard here at the Earl B. Legislative Hall at 9 a.m. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in Block 3?
Bill number 36-0084, an act honoring and commending Alphonse Swan, also known as Coach Tumba, for his significant contributions to the sport of basketball in the Virgin Islands and by bestowing upon him the key to the territory.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Clifford Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yeah. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0084, an act honoring and commending Alphonse Swan, also known as Coach Tumba, for his significant contributions to the sport of basketball in the Virgin Islands by bestowing upon him the key to the territory, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Bill number 36-0209, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
You have an amendment for the Marine Safety Fund, Bill? Okay. You may proceed with the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yeah. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0209, an act amending the 23rd Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, relating to the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provisions for insurance producer licenses.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. No, Senator Frederick not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, we recorded him as not voting. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, relating to the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provisions for insurance producer licenses, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Hull Bay Road, located in Northside, St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, sorry. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Hull Bay Road, located in Northside, St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix.
Thank you very much. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move amendment number 36-739, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0259. Bill number 36-0259. If I said 35 before, scratch that. Bill number 36-0259 is amended by striking the language in its entirety and inserting the following: section blank. Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23 is amended as follows. A, in Section 1302, subsection A, after hotel, insert motion.
Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 36-739. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Avery Lewis. Objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call. Yes, as I said, roll call.
No, roll call.
We'll have a roll call on the motion. This is a roll call on the motion to waive the reading. Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. President, you have 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Properly moved by Senator Kurt Vialet, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. We're going to have a 2-minute debate time. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I signed on to Bill 36-232, and now we have an amendment 8 pages long in the nature of a substitute. So by waiving the reading, I think the information that went into putting this document together needs to be heard. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. What's the remaining time, Madam Clerk?
1 minute, 39 seconds.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Senator Kurt Vialet.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you objected so I could explain exactly what is contained in the amendment. After executing deals with Frenchman Reef, Ritz-Carlton, and also the Hampton Hotel, the agreement, not deals, agreement. The EDA realized that within the Virgin Islands Code, there were some errors and some areas that needed to be cleaned up in order to execute all deals moving forward. So we got to remember that the original bill was only passed 5 or 6 years ago, and these entities and St. Thomas that applied for the benefit were the first entities that actually went through this process. So the EDA, through their legal counsel, now had an opportunity to clean up all the language in the Virgin Islands Code to make sure that the process flow. And somewhat technical, strike this to issue a note. So it was some technical language, but they also include the original language that we passed at the last session for the tweak to the Hotel Development Act for the island of St. Croix, which speaks to hotel expansion projects in the amount that exceed 25 million to receive a certain percentage of rebate for the hotel occupancy tax. And then they also speak to a lesser amount for 10 million, but it mirrors the original bill that was passed, but it is just tweak for the island of St. Croix to try to spur hotel development on the island of St. Croix. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Cordviele. What's the remaining time for Senator Cordviele?
56 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator DeGraff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am hearing for St. Croix and a $25 million plus investment. Are we looking at anything recent that we have to pass this right away, or is it going to be just into perpetuity and as a standby? I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. The remaining time for Senator DeGraff.
1 minute, 27 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Viola, you may proceed.
The Economic Development Authority is presently in discussion with an investor for the island of St. Croix, and that particular investor have already made a down payment on a purchase of a hotel in St. Croix and has committed to putting in $50+ million towards the development of the hotel. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Viola. Remaining balance.
38 seconds.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you may proceed.
One final thing is regards to what type of timeline are we looking at get this done? Even though the down payment was paid, what type of timeline are we looking at? I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Remaining balance for Senator DeGraff.
1 minute, 19 seconds.
Senator Viola, you may continue.
Along with the investment of some $25 million plus, there's also a clause that they must commit to a 25% increase in the existing hotel rooms at that particular hotel, which would be able to expand the number of rooms at the property. That gives a 5-year limit for them to be able to complete that project. If they don't complete the project within the 5 years, then it reverts back to the lower amount. So there's some protections to make sure that the work is done. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you.
10 seconds.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my objection.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Viola.
And thank you for the opposition, because I had an opportunity to briefly explain what the bill contained. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So
I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Cordviele, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Novelli Francis, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Hearing no objections. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-025. Yeah, that's the amendment. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I'm sorry. I withdraw the motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0259, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 1313, by expanding benefits under the Hotel Development Program for hotel improvement and expansion projects on St. Croix, as amended, has been favorably voted upon by this committee, by this body, and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Session will stand in recess for 2 minutes. Session is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item in Block 3?
Bill number 36-0261, an act establishing a 33 business day amnesty to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto by waiving penalties and interest imposed for the non-payment of taxes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Bolkes, you are recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move amendment number 36-756, amendment to bill number 36-0261. Bill number 36-0261 is amended as follows. A, in section 1, line 4, by striking and interest, and B, by striking 33 and inserting 15 wherever it appears. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Having no objections? So ordered. Can we have a roll call on the bill as amended?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 36-0261, an act establishing a 33 business day amnesty to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto by waiving penalties and interest imposed for the non-payment of taxes as amended has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0200, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-7 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning a portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R-1, residential low density, to B-2, business secondary neighborhood.
Amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 36-752, an amendment to bill number 36-0200, offered by Senators Avery L. Lewis and Kenneth L. Gittins. Bill number 36-0200 is amended on lines 6 and 7 by striking open quote B-2 business secondary neighborhood close quote and inserting open quote R3 residential medium density close quote and designating the existing language as subsection A and by adding a subsection B that reads, open quote B, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, the permitted uses as a matter of right, the uses subject to the conditions set forth in sections 231 and 232, and the accessory uses permitted subject to the conditions set forth in section 233, for the R3 residential medium density zoning designation as provided in 29 VIC Chapter 3, subsection 228. The portion of remainder of Estate Beeston Hill South portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, must be used exclusively for residential purposes, close quote. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittens, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson and Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Have no objection? Objected to by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. We're going to have a 2-minute debate time. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. In regards to this bill 360200, in regards to the Beeston Hill project, in regards to their 16 acres of land that was supposed to be rezoned, does this amendment cover the guardrails that we spoke of in that committee regarding the entire 16.9, or I didn't see it as that? I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. What is the remaining time, Madam Clerk?
1 minute, 36 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, this measure pertains to the parcel and not acreage. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Remaining time for Senator Gittens.
1 minute, 50 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you may proceed with your remaining time.
Thank you, Mr. President. My understanding is there's one parcel. 15.9 acres is the one parcel. So it's in regards to that, not the 3 or 4 acres that the gentleman wanted to have going forward. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Remaining time?
1 minute, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. You may proceed with your remaining time.
Thank you once again, Mr. President and colleagues. This particular bill, 36-0200, addresses the entire parcel. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Remaining time for Senator Gittens.
1 minute, 41 seconds.
Thank you very much. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you may proceed with your remaining time.
I withdraw my objection.
Thank you very much. Objection withdrawn. Hearing no objections. So ordered. I so move.
I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Angel Volquez, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr. Senator Volquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger not voting. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please change Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's vote to yes.
Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 36-0200 An act amending official zoning map number SCZ-7 for the island of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, rezoning a portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R1 residential low density to B2 business secondary neighborhood as amended was favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0198, an act amending Act number 9035 by redesignating the funding source for several entities and correcting a typographical error, and amending Act number 9045 by inserting and striking appropriations.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 36732 to bill number 360198. Bill number 360198 is amended by adding the following appropriately numbered section that reads, Act number 902 is amended by striking section 3 and adding the following new section 3. Section 3. Not later than 60 days after the effective date of this act, retailers that possess THCA Delta, THC Delta 6 THC, Delta H THC, Delta 10 THC, or other intoxicating cannabinoid products shall submit a list of intoxicating cannabinoids products to the Office of the Cannabis Regulation. Not later than 75 days after the effective date of this act, retailers shall sell or otherwise dispose of all THCA, Delta 6 THC, Delta H THC, Delta 10 THC, or other intoxicating cannabinoid products remaining in their inventory. After the 75-day period, the Office of Cannabis Regulation shall establish and implement a plan for lawful disposition of all remaining unsold intoxicating cannabinoid products. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Clifford A. Joseph, seconded by Senator Marvin A. Blyden and Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can you... Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and colleague. I rise to offer amendment number 36-735, an amendment to bill number 36-0198, being offered by yours truly, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and Senator Avery Lewis. Bill number 36- is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section as follows. Section blank A, the sum of $200,000 is appropriated in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for repairs to the wall and exterior gates of the Frederiksted Public Cemetery. B, the sum appropriated in subsection A remains until expended. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., seconded by Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Amendments.
Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and colleagues. I offer amendment number 36-740, an amendment to bill number 36-0198, being offered by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Bill 36- is amended by adding the following appropriately numbered section. Section blank, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, as amended by Act 1974, Section 4, Bill number 36-0210, is further amended by striking subsection E in its entirety and inserting the following subsection E. E, For the purposes of this section, serious illness means a physical or mental health condition that requires ongoing medical treatment, supervision, or assistance that substantially limits the individual's ability to perform daily living activities or requires the active involvement of a caregiver. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca and Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered. That's it? No more amendments? All right. Madam Clerk, can you please call the bill up as amended?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, you have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0198, an act amending Act number 9035 by redesignating the funding source for several entities and correcting a typographical error, and amending Act number 9045 by inserting and striking appropriations as amended, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to use this minute to say thank you to every single member of this 36th legislature. I've received texts, email, phone calls of condolence from every single member of this body. And I really want to say thank you very much. And to all the staff in the 36th legislature, whether St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. John, I've received numerous calls, numerous outreach, even today as I come back inside here, which is a challenging day for me today, and that's why I wasn't speaking much. But I must come and make my vote be known and put it on the record. But this community on a whole, the entire Virgin Islands, have really reached out, poured their love out for me and my family. At times we had to say, no, we have so much support, so much help. People were just offering to do whatever they can do to make this journey a little easier. And I say I love all my children, every single one of them. But this is my heart that I just lost. It's going to be a while, but this too shall pass. I know there's no way in my entire life I will forget this particular child or the other one. But this one was a very difficult one. Just want to say thank you to my staff, my Chief of Staff, Maureen Maynard, my significant other, for helping me put in that beautiful booklet together, put in everything that was coming from all the family members. It's been a Hercules task to make this happen. But when I read every single one of the testimonies from the legislators, governor official, there was one common thing: you're not alone. And it surely proved that I'm not alone. You guys really been overwhelming supporting me, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson, and just may the Almighty bring you peace and understanding during this absolutely difficult journey. So we love and we respect you a great deal. The session for Wednesday, March 18, 2026 is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Central staff.